Live and in color from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, you're watching Runway DFW, your new live YouTube channel for stuff that happens at DFW Airport. Takeoffs, landings, taxiing, all that good stuff. So thanks for watching, and we've got some airplanes to look at today on Runway DFW. All right, my thermometer says 69 or 68. It's a very pleasant afternoon. Let me see if I can get rid of that echo. Does that do it? Okay, that does it. So, thanks for tuning in. We've got a bunch of people online already. If you're not a member, or if you're not subscribed to the Runway DFW channel, we invite you to do that, because then you can join in on our conversations on the chat, in the chat room as we go through the afternoon. And as I said, it is just a tremendously sunny day out here. I'm gonna have to get my big floppy hat here in a minute. But let's see what we've got so far. We don't have anything coming in. Yes, we do. We have American Flight 21 coming in from London Heathrow. It's going to be a 777. It's coming in from the north, so here we go on Runway DFW. We are at DFW Founders Plaza, which is a small park here on the north side of DFW. And it affords us a big wide view of runways 18 left and 18 right, which are the two north-south runways here on the west side of the airport. I'm trying to diagnose this noise you're hearing. I'll figure it out as we go along. But anyway, there's a little park here, as you can see. Parents bring their kids. Grown-ups hang out and watch planes. It's fun. My headphone cord is getting tangled up in the microphone. So anyway, here comes American Flight 21 from Heathrow. If you're new to Runway DFW, we welcome you. And again, we invite you to subscribe to the channel, no cost involved. But getting a subscription will let you join in on our little club here, conversing away in the chat room. Now, what you may ask is in store for us this afternoon. I have not looked at the arrivals and departures board yet. I do know we have at least a couple of 747 cargo jets making their way here this afternoon. We should see them within the next hour. We do have a big old UPS 747 parked right to the south of us. The cargo doors are not open, but I don't have any information as to whether we'll be seeing that going out this afternoon. We do have a departure, however. And let me see if I can illuminate you as to what that was. It's American Flight 415. Was it A321, but don't know where it's going. Flight radar 24 not telling us. Or maybe it's just not telling me. I don't know. Okay, so before we get any further along, I'm going to point the camera right here at the beautiful East Tower and the Dallas skyline. And I've got to trade off my sunglasses for my regular glasses because everything is too dark. So stand by and I'll be right back. I'm going to put on the standby music. Okay, I look a lot goofier now because I have this big floppy hat on, but I gotta worry about my skin on days like this, so let's see what we got here. It's quiet now at DFW Airport. How can this happen? Someone wants to know about Flip Clock 79, which we'll get to in a minute here. I'm still getting everything all ready, but you're not missing anything, at least not here on the west side of DFW Airport. Well, there's a plane coming to take off. Meanwhile, let me see here if I can fix our flip clock. I say, Well, I may have to wait till later because we've got to do some plane spotting here. All right. We have this American Eagle plane. Again, we don't know where it's going to yet. At least I don't. It doesn't even have a flight number. All we know is that it's an Embraer 175. Mystery. Here comes our first photo bomb of the day. Another American Eagle flight landing. The one that just landed is from Hermosillo, Mexico. But I still don't know where that one that took off is headed. There are always mysteries afoot at a big airport like this. I see that Brad Ward, the EP at Airline Videos Live, is checking in with a Hawaiian greeting to us today. He's got the day off, I think, because there's no Airline Videos Live broadcast until the Sunday Big Show tomorrow. I know I'll be watching. Where'd all the airplanes go? Brad says we're going to be getting some retro American Airlines liveries today, and I always like seeing those. I like to think I've seen all of them until another one comes up. I think it was last week that I saw the Reno Air livery for the first time. That little guy's coming in on the east side of DFW, but that's about all we're going to see of that. But yeah, we come to you at a moment in time when there's not much going on here. So we'll look around at what's on offer here at the plaza. What did I say? There's not much going on. Here comes Qatar Airways coming in from Doha. It's an A350. as for flip clock 79, I'm not sure if we're going to see that today. I don't know why it stopped working. So that big old jet's making its way over to the International Terminal, Terminal D, here at DFW. Our thermometer says 69 degrees. Another balmy winter day. I don't know what the average high temperature is in February in this area, but it's probably, I would guess, in the upper 40s or low 50s. Our next arrival at Runway DFW is going to be American Eagle Flight 3979 from Greenville, Spartanburg. It'll be an Embraer 175. Wow, it's still further away than I thought it was going to be. Here at Founders Plaza, you'll see these public telescopes. You don't even have to put a quarter in, or I don't know. Probably the ones that do require payment now cost more than a quarter. But I have not looked through those. I don't think you get a very good view. Might be wrong. So here's the next arrival on Runway DFW from Greenville, Spartanburg. Hey, you know, we're very close to 2,000 subscribers to the Runway DFW channel, something I'm quite happy with. And perhaps today will be the day that you can help push us over the top of the 2,000 mark. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button on our YouTube page, and you'll gain access to our viewer chat. And you can also get advance notice of when we will be on the air next time. We've got a Delta plane coming in now from Detroit. Let's see if we can pick it up here. There it is. This is coming in on the east side, so we won't get too terribly good a look at it.
departure, Delta 1281, good day.
That looks like another Delta flight, does it not? Lost it. But that was a Delta Airbus A321 going to Atlanta, flight 1281. I'm going to swing around now, catch American Eagle Flight 3567 coming in from Albuquerque. As I started to say earlier, and I don't know if I finished my thought, we are expecting to see at least a couple 747 cargo planes coming in this afternoon during our time with you. And I always look forward to that. For those of you who are not, who are here for the first time, DFW doesn't currently have any regularly scheduled passenger service on either a 747 or an A380 at the moment. We are told that British Airways will fire up its A380 service to Dallas-Fort Worth. It'll be the first time they've flown that aircraft here, and that will be coming up in July. July 1st is the date they've set for British Airways A380 to soar into DFW. And we'll be here to bring you that. Next month, we will welcome Air France. They're coming back to DFW for what's called seasonal service. And we will also be seeing, for the first time ever, Finnair with a direct flight from Helsinki. And that's coming up in mid-March, and we'll be here for that too. There's nothing in the way of departures happening here at DFW right now. We are, after this next arrival, which is going to be an American Eagle flight from Grand Junction, we'll be seeing American Airlines daily service, I think it's daily, from Frankfurt on a Boeing 777. And I'm at full wide angle now, so you can see kind of how far away, even with this good viewing position, which I don't know if you can make it out here, but we're on a ridge that overlooks the two north-south runways on the west side of DFW Airport. So it's an unobstructed view, unlike some airports where you get a good view of some activity, but then if the plane travels beyond a certain angle, then you can't see it anymore, or the view is blocked. But here we've got just a great overall view. We're just not as close to the planes as you can get at some airport viewing sites. So as I said, the next flight we're going to see coming in here is going to be from Grand Junction, which I believe is Colorado, yes. And then that'll be followed by two international flights, the American flight from Frankfurt and Viva Aerobus from Monterey. I know the world was tuned in yesterday, early yesterday morning, Central Time here in the U.S., to Big Jet TV, where Jerry Dyer, the host, was standing out in front of was standing on top of his van with his camera pointed at planes which are trying to land in a storm with gusts up to 70 miles an hour. And it made for some entertaining viewing, and he got quite a lot of mileage from it just went viral. His live broadcast from Heathrow in London yesterday on Big Jet TV. And I thought, gee, this is good for everybody who does streams like this. It kind of raises the awareness that there are people out there at a number of airports around the world whose speciality is bringing you live broadcasts of airport activity. And I dare say that what we have in terms of landings and takeoffs today is not going to be anywhere near as dramatic as what you might have seen yesterday. But I think that's what a lot of people just like. They like the routine of it, and they like the just everything is working and everything is nice. And it's kind of nice to hang out at an airport when you can, and when you can't, we like to think we have the next best thing to being there. Here at Runway DFW and all the great channels across the YouTubeverse. Yes, I just made up that word. So here's the American flight from Frankfurt. Now here's Darwin C. answering the question I had earlier about the average high temperature at DFW is 62 degrees. There's Bill Culdum checking in from Southwest Arkansas. How are you doing, Bill? And Michelle was on board, or was watching the Big Jet TV presentation yesterday, and she said that was some crazy landings for sure. Yes, it was. So we've got an American Airlines flight 2659 lining up to take off for Santa Ana. And next on the radar incoming will be the Viva Aerobus from Monterey. Got a young plane spotter over here using an iPad to take pictures of the planes coming in. Maybe he'll have his own YouTube channel someday. Maybe he already has one. I gotta watch out for that. So this 737-800 now lifting off for Santa Ana, American Flight 2659. And as soon as it lifts off, we're going to swing around to American Flight 988, which is coming in from Lima, Peru. And I don't know, this may be the American Airlines it's one of the few international flights, at least, you know, beyond Canada and Mexico, that utilizes a narrow body plane, I think. That's a pretty long flight from Lima. Almost 7 hours. That was a loud noise. Stepping up to the plate now, we have American Airlines Flight 1578. It's a 737-800, and it is destined for Minneapolis-St. Paul. Taking off from one way. Gonna have to have a sip of water here in a minute. From runway 18 left. I'm getting a very clear view of downtown Dallas today, which is what you see there in the background. You may hear the wind picking up a little bit right now. And there it goes, off to the Twin Cities. Now, didn't we just see a Viva Aerobus coming in from Monterey? We did, and now we're going to be seeing an American Airlines, American Eagle flight coming in from Monterey. It's going to be flight 3701. On Runway DFW. Will you be our 2000th subscriber, or have we already reached that level? I'm not sure yet, but it could happen today. Another milestone for what I hope is your favorite DFW Airport live streaming channel. Certainly the only one I know about. put the nose down? Maybe? Is the nose down?
Good one, guys. Down 5.
I couldn't tell. Maybe it was just the angle I was looking at, but it looked like that nose was just kind of hanging there for quite a while. We've got in the next couple of minutes American Flight 60 coming in from Narita. It'll be a Dreamliner. And DFW AvGeeks is here to say that his videos are only a minute long and just one landing. He's thanking us for the job that we're doing, but hey, any coverage is good. You know, if you specialize in landings and takeoffs, you know, you can devote a lot more attention to the fine details of it. So I'm glad to see anybody coming out here and taking pictures of airplanes. We will all enjoy them. Now, what do we have here? Well, as I said, we've got the flight from Narita coming in momentarily. We've got now 3 American aircraft lined up to take off. That's going to be the first one. That's American Flight 2783 to Seattle in A321. We'll tear away from that as soon as I see the flight coming in from Japan. Don't see the Narita flight yet, so we'll look at this one. It's American Flight 646, I want to say, on its way to Tucson. And it's up and away, so now we will shift our attention to the big Dreamliner coming in from Narita in Tokyo.
On the board, American 646. Departure American 2584, so long.
Actually, that's like a big business now.
Hugo DeCara has an opinion about the Dreamliner. It's fun to watch. DFW AvGeeks checking in again to let us know that a Cargolux 747 is coming in the next few minutes on the west side here, which is where we are. So hello to everyone who's checking in now on Runway DFW. We've got accounts officer now in the house, Wendy, Hugo DeCara, Scott Salmi, Michelle RS, Waters, who said, who's I believe stationed in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. Waters is. He says he made reference to this stream on Plane Mania, which is a great European stream. I think they were, where were they at? Madeira today, earlier? I think I caught some of that. And so thank you for spreading the word, Waters. I appreciate that. Back to aircraft coming and going at DFW. We have an American Eagle flight. It is a Embraer 175. There it is. It's American Eagle Flight 3746, and it's going to be traveling to Corpus Christi on the Texas coast, the Gulf Coast. So we've got another twin spin coming here. Landed. All right, let me see if I can make sense out of what just happened there. That plane that landed was American Flight 1812 from Colorado Springs. Just to keep things straight, you're keeping a scorecard here at Runway DFW. In about 3 minutes, we'll be seeing a Delta Flight 1178 coming in from Minneapolis, St. Paul. But as for right now, it's quiet. Looking at the UPS cargo facility over here. About 1, 2, 3 planes pointed west in the cargo bay. We've got the Queen pointed south, and way over yonder, there it is, we've got an MD-11. And we're keeping our eye out, of course, for the 747 with the Cargolux brand, which will be coming up within the next half hour here on Runway DFW. So if you like to see 4-engined aircraft, we'll have one for you flying in, if everything goes according to plan. And one of these 757s over here just lit up momentarily, and then it got turned off. So we may be seeing some UPS action before the day is over. Coming up to the starting line is this American Eagle. That's where'd it go? The CRJ 900ER, which, as you know, means extra regional. There's that tail back there. Do you see that? Looks like a special livery tail. It was on the other side of the airport. Anyway, this one's headed to Lubbock, which is in West Texas. And yeah, we're getting some of that heat haze this afternoon. And just for the record, for any new viewers to Runway DFW who may not be familiar with what goes on here, there's the Delta flight from Minneapolis, St. Paul. Now we have some takeoff activity for you at this time. Will have been the flight to Lubbock. Another American Eagle flight going out as we get an American Airlines branded plane coming in from Los Cabos, Mexico. We'll be seeing that momentarily. Did you say Mexico? Well, we've got an American flight coming in from Mexico City in a moment. What do we have here? It's a Mesa Airlines jet operating on behalf of American Eagle.
Line of await, American.
And the other sort of the little traffic jam up there. Here comes the 737-800 from Mexico City, American Flight 390. Couldn't pick the destination of that one off the radar here. We have a couple of Delta flights in quick succession now. This one's coming in from Los Angeles, Delta Flight 1041.
Good day, American 1742.
And now I believe we are looking at American Flight 1832, headed to the mile-high city of Denver. We're going to divert our attention now to the Streamliner coming in from Paris. That's American flight number 49. Or Niner, as they say in air traffic control, right? I just heard air traffic control say American 49, so I guess they don't all talk like that. And now coming in on final approach is Cargolux 747-8 R7F. It's still a couple minutes out, but it will be the next arrival. So all you 747 aficionados out there, look up from whatever you're doing and we'll be able to show you a nice arrival of a Cargolux plane coming in from Anchorage. Just a minute. What you're looking at here, I believe, is American Flight 2376 headed to Las Vegas. But we'll see that some other time. Here comes the Cargolux. The Queen of the Skies. That is such a treat to see. We don't get quite as many of those big birds here at DFW as some other airports do. The ones that do come in, we only have cargo 747s here, no passenger service. And a lot of those come and go in the middle of the night. So we're always lucky to catch one during the daytime hours. So it's now making a west turn toward the cargo facility where it will deliver its goods.
Left American
I think it'll be coming straight at us for a little bit before it makes another turn. We'll get back to that in a second. Here comes American Airlines Flight 2459 to Los Angeles. I don't know how much more of that one we're going to see. This is an American Flight 1991 coming in from Durango, Colorado.
American 2459 total.
And right over here we've got American Flight 1507, which has as its next stop listed to be Cancun. On the Yucatan Peninsula. Off to Cancun, and meanwhile incoming is a flight from San Luis Potosí in Mexico. It's American Eagle Flight 4167. Traveling now to the capital of Texas, Austin, is American Flight 1064, an Airbus A321. Stepping up to the plate now is Alaska Airlines Flight 726, bound for Seattle. And coming in at the same time is an American flight from Salt Lake City. Albuquerque is where Flight 941 is headed. And that was an American Eagle flight from Killeen, Texas that was just landing there. American Flight 353 is coming to the party from Puerto Vallarta. Now that's definitely not a 737 headed to Houston. Destination unknown as far as your host and narrator is aware.
American 1092, visual 171.
No, I don't have a clue as to that one. This next one I'm pretty sure is headed to Houston. This is American Flight 1304. Had to step away from the controls there to wet my whistle. And like Dallas, Houston has two passenger-oriented airports. This one's going to Intercontinental.
American 161, good evening. American 2198.
You're watching Runway DFW, where our next attraction is American Flight 1550 coming in from Las Vegas. And you can see the TV broadcasting towers on Cedar Hill, Texas, rising behind the image there.
Now American 1339, get in.
Roscoe Engine Co. I probably missaid that. Great to finally get a chance to take a break for a few and enjoy your stream again. Finally, hello Walt and gang. Enjoying this from Seal Beach, California. Just got home from work, yay. Seal Beach, that sounds like a pretty cool place to hang out. We just recently saw an American flight headed out to Austin. This is one coming in from Austin. And it would be flight 2198. It is 3:18 I should say, here at DFW Airport. It's Saturday, February 19th, 2022, and you're watching Runway DFW. For all our new viewers, our regulars, we're happy to have you with us. Please subscribe to our channel if you like what you're seeing, and that way we can do much more for you in the future. And speaking of subscriptions, Dallas Schwartz, well, we're going to cut away now because we've got Emirates coming in from Dubai. And sorry, Dallas, I didn't mean to bail out in the middle of your comment. But that is the regular afternoon flight of Emirates Flight 221, 777. And it will now amble on over to the International Terminal D. I believe Emirates at one time did fly the gigantic apartment building sized A380 here to Dallas Fort Worth, but they now service us with this 777. Earlier this week we did bring you the live coverage of the return of Qantas to DFW. Qantas being the last airline to fly an A380 in here. That service was suspended at the start of the pandemic, and Qantas just came back this week. But they're using a Dreamliner on that service currently. I don't know if they have any plans to bring back the 380. But it's still good to have the Aussies back here. And there you see the Emirates plane pulling in adjacent to the Qatar. From Oklahoma City, our northern neighbor, comes this American Airlines flight 2434. So we're talking about the 380, and I try to mention this often because I know people go in and out of these live broadcasts. But the 380 will be making its triumphant return. At least that's the schedule. In July. July 1st is when British Airways substitutes the 380 for its regular Dreamliner service here. We've got an Alaska Airlines, what is it called? It's coming in from Portland. Alaska Horizon. I should know that by now. And I know so many of you have been writing in about where can I see a flight from Boise, Idaho coming in? And, well, you're at the right place because we are about to see American Eagle Flight 3660 in Embraer 175. And we're going to see it coming in from Boise, Idaho. I know it sounds too good to be true, but there it is. We're waiting now for American Airlines Flight 1413 coming in from Los Angeles. One of, I don't know, probably a dozen or 20 flights coming in from Los Angeles every day. I guess if you counted all the flights coming in from LAX and all the other airports in and around Los Angeles, that'd be quite a big number. I'll have to add that up someday. Brad Ward has a fun fact about Boise. He says the people in Boise pronounce it Boise, and the rest of us say Boise. Boise. Yeah, it doesn't sound right, does it? Here's American Flight 2043 coming in from Kansas City. An A320 for your viewing pleasure on Runway DFW. You know, sometimes I listen to old-time radio broadcasts, and there's a channel on Sirius XM that offers up that kind of material, and I noticed that the announcers from the 40s, it seems to specifically be around the 40s or maybe even some of the earlier broadcasts from the 30s, they always say Los Angeles. And it was very common to hear what we commonly call Los Angeles as Los Angeles. I wonder if that just has died out for some reason, or if that was in some pronunciation guide for radio announcers of that time. And of course, if you were using the official Spanish pronunciation, it would sound nothing like that. This American Airlines A319 is off to Calgary, eh? I bet there's probably some good skiing in that vicinity.
What? What? Water?
That was coming in from Roswell, New Mexico.
Oh, have a good one now. Bluffing, it was line up away from American 11. 1 in that American 11.
Another one of these mystery flights for you. Don't know where it's going. This is American Airlines flight 1171.
American 1171, RNAV Park, clear for takeoff, 1811.
It has no destination listed on Flight Radar 24, so we can only imagine where it is going. Wind's getting a little gusty here today. If it weren't for the string around my neck, my hat would have just blown off. Okay, nothing on the flight line to come in or to go out. Looks like our next attraction is going to be an Embraer 145 operated by American Eagle, coming in from Corpus Christi. It'll be American Eagle Flight 4308.
American 1171, good day.
So we're having a moment of reflection here at DFW Airport. Talk amongst yourselves in the chat room. I'm doing something now. I'm trying to get our clock back, but it's just not working. And I'm afraid I have to report back that Flip Clock 79 is no está with us today. I'll work on it for next time. Sorry folks, that's what happens when you rely on advanced technology. That's American Flight 2609 coming in from San Antonio, Texas. Or is it? No, I think I misspoke there. That was Flight 387 coming in from Guadalajara in Mexico. The next arrival will be from looking for something over there. There it was. That United plane is coming in on the east side of DFW Airport, which we don't get a good look at over here. But I don't see where that was coming from. Didn't we just have a flight coming in from San Antonio? I could swear that we did. I thought it was an American flight. But here's another one, Flight 2609 coming in from San Antonio. It's an Airbus. It's an Airbus A321. Oh, Michelle wants to know about how about the clock in the ground? Yeah, the original incarnation of our clock was an analog clock, which we staked to the ground, and it was only used for one broadcast before the engineers at the Runway DFW lab came up with flip clock technology, which I'm going to have to go back to the lab. That plane that was taking off was going to Aspen, that American Eagle flight, and the one that just arrived is from Laredo in Texas. I believe it's a Delta flight. There it is. Coming in from the east side, or coming in on the east side from the north. That was coming in from Atlanta. That was Delta Flight 2420. And now, American Flight 2927 is on final approach from Tucson. Some roughhousing going on over there. That kind of puttering noise you hear is my floppy hat flapping. I have no control over that. Maybe I need to get a stiffer brim. Then I might turn into the plane spotting version of the Flying Nun. This American Eagle flight, 3187, is going to Santa Fe, in the land of enchantment. American Flight 1907, meanwhile, is coming in from Gunnison, Colorado. I do have it on good authority that we're destined to see another Queen of the Skies before we sign off this afternoon. I don't know exactly when that will be, but we'll be on the lookout for it. Ben Sparrenberger wants to know, or asks the question, this is a beautiful spot. Is there another spotting area on the east side of the airport? And Ben, I wish there was. There are a few places you can, I went to one of the remote parking facilities thinking I could get some shots there. And if you were just taking still pictures, or short clips, you could probably get away with hanging out there for a while and get some good kind of closer up pictures of aircraft in motion, but it wouldn't suit a live presentation as well because you don't get the same kind of 180 degree view that we have here at DFW Founders Plaza. I was talking with someone who has been here for a long time, another plane spotter, I think it was last week, and he was telling me, I mentioned to him that this, where we are now, is not the original location of Founders Plaza. And there was, he said, a place over on the east side where you could see the planes really close up. It was a great spot for viewing, but they took that one out of service because they were going to build more runways or expand a runway. So I haven't found a good place on the east side to do what we do here. I'm still looking. I still have some ideas, and hopefully now that we're kind of established as the live plane spotting channel for DFW, I'm hoping that we will be able to finagle our way into some other places that we can explore together. I'm going to look at right now, I think. I don't know if my viewfinder can tilt this far. I don't think I can pick it up. There's a Lufthansa 740, no, it's an A330, I'm sorry, coming from Frankfurt to Houston, and it's up there, and it's flying above us, and I just don't know if I can pick it out on my viewfinder. You may be able to see it. It's just a dot in the sky. Oh well, back to ground level. Back to what we can see. That was American Flight 1618, headed off to Kansas City.
1618, we'll see it.
Now let's see what's on deck here. In a moment or two, we'll see American Eagle Flight 4020 coming in from Morelos in Mexico. That'll be an Embraer 175, a very popular aircraft for regional airlines. I'll give you a time check here. It's 3:50 Central Standard Time at DFW Airport. My name is Walt. I am your host for Runway DFW. We've been doing this since the end of October, so we haven't been doing it for too very long. But it's a great deal of fun for me. I enjoy doing this. And I'm so glad to have all of y'all along for the ride. There's that flight we talked about coming in from Morelos, Mexico. I didn't go away. I was just taking a sip of cool water on this pleasant afternoon just before 4 o'clock. We're waiting on one of these planes to I was trying to hear which one that was. That was American Flight 1368, headed to El Paso. American Eagle 3986 coming in from Harlingen,
Good evening, American 516.
down there in deep South Texas. And this is another American Eagle flight. I believe it's headed to Brownsville, which is not too terribly far from Harlingen. And now it's quiet again. Yeah, I'm going to take this opportunity of quietude to run back to the Runway DFW mobile, get myself a hoodie, and then I'll be right back. So just hang in there and I'll be right back. 223. Alright, well, I'll proceed as though we have audio now. Coming in from San Antonio. American Airlines Flight 313. Yeah, for some reason our computer disconnected our soundboard. Not sure why, but it did. And so I'll double check here in a second to see if it's back to normal. There's an American 777. It's going to be heading out to Heathrow. It's flight 20. I believe it's taxiing over to the east side of DFW. Can I get a confirmation now from our audio engineer at Runway DFW branch that our sound is working again? Maybe not. Well, good. I'll give it another check here. So hang on. All right, can you hear us now? We had a little disconnection there. I think things are back to normal. Everything appears to be normal at this end. Let me double check. Camera, yes. Audio, yes. Okay, I'm sure if you cannot hear me, that you will let me know. And I don't honestly know what happened there. I do know that we now have exceeded our goal of 2,000 subscribers overall. We went over that mark today, this afternoon, thanks to all of you who are watching. We've got our regulars, we've got some new folks joining in, and we bring you live coverage from DFW Airport multiple times a week, usually at least twice, sometimes 3 times as I can get away from everything. We've got an American Airlines Flight 221 coming in from Amsterdam. That'll be a Dreamliner. It may, I don't know if it's coming in on this side or the other side. It generally comes in on this side. I've seen it before. And when I say sides, I'm talking about east and west sides of the airport. Like that 777 over there is headed to the east side to take off for London. And we should know, well, it looks, yeah, for certain, we will see the American Airlines Flight 221 coming in from Amsterdam. It'll be a Dreamliner. Lots of folks out here enjoying the bright, sunny February day. Young man there pretending to be an airplane. He's got the spirit. Sorry about that. I'm trying to find a better place to park my microphone. Let's see if this works any better. Okay, now we've got the Dreamliner in sight. Arriving from Amsterdam. And next on our agenda is going to be not an American Airlines flight, not an American Eagle flight, but rather a Frontier Airlines flight coming in from Las Vegas. So what animal will we see on the tail today? Looking like Sammy the squirrel. So Sammy the squirrel, welcome to Runway DFW. Looking at you, Sammy. So if the powers that be allow the proposed merger of Frontier and Spirit Airlines, does that mean an end to Sammy the squirrel and all of his woodland pals? I guess there's been some speculation that whatever the combined airline is won't be called either of those names, either Frontier or Spirit. But they'll come up with some kind of new name for their combined airline. And that what you're looking at there is American Eagle Flight 4164. Winging its way to Manhattan, Kansas. It's 4:13 and you're watching Runway DFW live from DFW International Airport in Texas on a sunny, mild, but a little breezy day. American Eagle Flight 3062, just touching down from Aspen, Colorado. And we've got another inbound Colorado flight coming up. It'll be from Hayden, Colorado, which, as I recall, is adjacent to one of the popular options for skiing. So let's look at that now, shall we? It's a 737-800. It's American Flight 1923. Not seeing anything on the takeoff, in the takeoff area. So we'll check out what's coming in now. This is American Flight 2726 from Silao in Mexico. And as I said earlier, we are expecting at least one more Queen of the Skies 747 arrival this afternoon. I'm seeing if it's in the immediate vicinity yet, but I don't see it. We're about to check out a Volaris flight flight 892. It's coming in from Guadalajara after about 2 hours in the air. It'll be an A320, and that'll be the next attraction on Runway DFW. Currently 67 degrees on our official thermometer. That's not really official. Still trying to find the perfect place for my microphone, and as you can tell, I haven't found it yet. just listening to is me trying to find a way to clip the wire for my microphone so it doesn't make that rubbing noise as the wind picks up. Well, we might as well check the flags while we're watching for wind. There's our 4 flags. They indicate that the wind is coming in from the southeast, I want to say. Well then, here is American Flight 2354 coming in from Los Angeles. It's a Delta flight coming in from JFK Airport in New York. Over yonder on the east side. Here's that Viva Aerobus we saw earlier arrive. It is now about to launch back into the sky towards Monterey, I believe. It's my understanding that Viva Aerobus is a low-cost carrier, kind of in the mold of Spirit or Frontier. In about 2 or 3 minutes, we've got American Airlines Flight 280 coming in from Seoul. That's going to be a 787-8 Dreamliner. Brad Ward says, "Oh, that's me. I didn't want me on there. Sorry about that." Now you see how ridiculous I look. I was trying to add the comment from Brad Ward that Viva Aerobus and Allegiant are working out a code share. More pressure on low-cost airlines. And now I see all you guys are saying hello to me now that I've revealed myself as a floppy hat wearing plane spotter. Well, thank you, Michael. It does a great deal to cover my bald spot. Well, right about now, making the short trip from Waco, Texas. Well, you know, we're not going to look at that one. We're going to look at this United plane coming in from Newark. It's going over to the east side, so we won't get a very good look at it, but kind of breaks the monotony of the American Airlines and American Eagle duopoly here. That's the new United livery with the larger words, with the larger branding on the side, and the engines painted blue. And the next thing we're going to see, it looks like, is going to be a Hawker 900 XP twin jet, a private plane coming in from Puerto Vallarta. Sometimes we don't get that much information about these private jets coming in. I still haven't solved my mic placement problem. Now we have a non-American twin bill here. Alaska Airlines Flight 2339. Taking off for Portland. This will be an Alaska Horizon. I should be more specific. And right behind it's going to be an Avianca jet. American Flight 579 coming in from Austin, and that that Avianca plane is headed to San Salvador in Central America. Sounds like it's time for me to get another sip of water. Hang on. Okay. I've been hydrated. And here's a go round. What's going on here? Plane was on approach, and it just kind of decided not to come on in. It's flight 2674, American Airlines from Santa Ana. And you saw it didn't want to land for some reason. I didn't hear any air traffic control. I didn't hear air traffic control trying to wave it off, but I guess the pilot must have seen something that wasn't a 10 out of 10, so it's a go round. Kind of unusual to see that on a bright sunny day with not very threatening wind, but again, if you're a pilot of an aircraft and you see something that says don't land, then you use your piloting instincts and do the right thing for your passengers. This is an Embraer 175 coming in from Torreon in Mexico, American Eagle. So yeah, a go round is kind of the last thing I would expect to see on a day like this. And again, that was flight number 2674. It was a Boeing 737-800, which lifted up into the sky as it got near our position. So I'm watching it on a radar, kind of looping back into the flight pattern to make a second try. I am not at all sure what this is. Tried to zoom in on the end number there for those of you keeping score. Obviously not a commercial flight. So a little bit of excitement here. Bruno is asking what city is DFW? Well, DFW stands for Dallas Fort Worth, and this big old airport's kind of smack dab between them. I think technically speaking I'm in a place called Grapevine right now, and there's a city called Irving to the south of DFW. That's the plane we just saw come in, that private aircraft. Oh, Bruno says he's from Brazil, so no wonder why would he know what DFW stood for? So thank you for joining in. If I could say hello in Portuguese, I would say it, but I don't know Portuguese, so I'll just have to say hello in English. Still not seeing this on the radar, which is kind of typical for smaller planes on Flight Radar 24 or planes that have decided not to put out a signal, an identification signal. I think you're supposed to put out an identification signal, but I guess Flight Radar masks some of them. Some kind of insignia there on the side. Is that N740M? Couldn't tell. Getting ready to take off. Here's this American Eagle flight. I can see it directly above us right now, and I can't, my camera tripod doesn't tilt up that far, is All Nippon Airways flight ANA, which is headed back to Japan from Houston. We don't get ANA flights in here, and it shows up on my radar, and I say, what's that? And we did get a picture of it the other day. Up in the sky, it had a long contrail, so it was easier to see. This is an American Eagle flight coming in from Aguascalientes in Mexico. mistaken, what's coming next will be the... No, not seeing it. Trying to find the flight that made the go-round earlier. Oh yeah, that was coming in from Santa Ana, and it looks like it's about 2 or 3 minutes out from making a second attempt. I'd like to thank everybody who's tuned in for us today to Runway DFW. We've been on the air now for about 2 hours and 45 minutes. I've been told we've exceeded our goal for today of a total of 2,000 subscribers. And for that, we are very grateful to all of you who have taken the time out to add us to your list of YouTube plane spotting channels. And we generally come to you at least twice a week from DFW. We like to do early morning broadcasts because that kind of fits in with my work schedule, and it also gets some nice pictures at that hour of the day if the clouds are right and the sun is just right. We are, you're looking at a picture of DFW Founders Plaza, which has a very nice turnout today. Almost at capacity, I would say, as far as parking goes. And if you look way out there, beyond this ridge, you can see all sorts of people outstanding in their field. They're plane spotting where the planes kind of come in right overhead. I haven't tried that yet as far as this channel goes. I don't think it would be the greatest look. I do see a Cargolux plane which is going to be taking off for Chicago. It's lit up on the radar, and so we'll get to see that taking off. I don't know if it'll take off from this side of the airport or not. We'll find out. At least we'll get to see it cross the runways. So that'll be our second Queen of the Skies for today. If you don't count this one, the UPS cargo plane 747, which has not moved an inch since we've been here, and I expect it'll probably stay that way. So now we're going to see if we can watch that plane that made the go-round from Santa Ana. This is American Flight 1060, an A321. It's on its way to Austin. But we are going to turn our attention back to our pals from Santa Ana. See if the flight crew likes this approach any better than the last one. That's right about where they pulled up the last time. and all is well. So the passengers got a couple extra minutes in the air, looking out the window at North Texas. And I don't think we've got this American jet on our radar currently. A little dipsy-do there as it lifted off. We've got our eyes peeled for the Cargolux Queen of the Skies. Meanwhile, we will treat ourselves to this American Eagle Flight 3093, a CRJ 701 ER, which of course means extra regional, and it's on its way to Grand Junction, Colorado.
See anything? What do you see? Tell me what you see. I spy.
Runway DFW time check, it's 4:49 on this Saturday, February 19th, 2022.
Here, looking at now.
And wherever you are on this big blue ball, thank you for watching.
Okay, now look. See the airplane. Now look. Can you see the airplanes? No. You ready? Put your eyes in. What do you see? Kind of hard to see, huh? You're a little short, huh? Maybe. Does it try and change? Yeah, can you see better up? He's tall. Casey. Alright, here we go.
We are about to bring you the arrival of American Airlines Flight 417. This will be an A321 aircraft coming in from Phoenix on Runway DFW. Bound for Amarillo is this American Eagle Flight 3207. The CRJ 700. And now off to Killeen, Texas, with the... You have to wonder about some of these airport codes. DFW, probably one of the better ones. GRK for Killeen. I don't know about that one. At least it has the letter K in there to kind of clue you in. Let's look at an east side departure. Don't have that on my radar. Oh, now we have some heritage livery for you. Piedmont. American Airlines flight with Piedmont heritage livery. I kind of like that one. That's pretty classic. I have seen that one before. That's American Flight 2468. Who do we appreciate coming in from Oaxaca in Mexico? It's a great flight number though, 2468.
Hey, class 1A left and down to 850 American 2468.
Oh. What have we here? Here is our pal, our second 747 of the day, Cargolux. And if I remember right, I think this is headed to Chicago? The undisputed queen, ladies and gents. Got a 50-year sticker there on the front.
got 062, see you.
So the Cargolux is parked on a taxiway. It's got one of two things can happen now. It'll either go straight towards the bridge over to the east side, or it will make a big right-hand turn and take off, which I'm hoping is what it's going to do, because I think I've seen it do that before. Got to see an American Airlines flight from Oklahoma City in your view. There it goes. That was American Flight 2005, an A321. Cargolux now waiting on a taxiway between runways 18 left and 18 right. As another American Airlines jet takes off for Salt Lake City, Flight 1456, and there you see it there. But we're 747 centric here at Runway DFW, so now it's on the move. Hopefully it'll make a nice right-hand turn here onto 18 left, so we can get a good look at it departing. There it goes. It's going to Chicago O'Hare, and it's a 9-year-old aircraft. And there was a Dreamliner that kind of photobombed it. Was it a Dreamliner? Yeah. It's coming in from Cancun, the second American Airlines flight of the day from Cancun. So it's a 747-8R Robert 7F Frank, if that means anything to you. is getting ready to blast off for the Windy City on Runway DFW. So there is our second 747 of the afternoon. We have an American Airlines Dreamliner coming in from Madrid momentarily. It's coming in on the other side of the airport. We'll catch its last few moments before comes down, if I can find it here. I just got some glare behind me and I just wasn't able to pick it up. Oh, there it is. Coming in from Madrid. Lose sight of it in 3, 2, 1, something like that. Okie doke, got a bunch of planes getting ready to take to the skies here. It's Mesa Airlines flight, or American Eagle flight 5760, operated by Mesa Airlines, coming in from Santa Barbara, California.
You're not looking at me. You're not going to be able to see. You got to be able to look down.
This is American Flight 2586, headed out to San Diego. Coming in from Bismarck. Is that South Dakota or North Dakota? Bismarck? I want to say South Dakota. American Eagle Flight 3088. Right there for you. And here is American Eagle Flight 3628. It will be winging its way to Lawton, I think. Wait, where'd it go? We've got a 777 on the move. This will be American Flight 50, going to London Heathrow. But I would expect for it momentarily to be turning to the east side runways from where that flight generally originates. And yeah, it's turning its tail on us. To London town. Over the bridge, which carries aircraft back and forth over the access road that bisects DFW Airport into two halves. There are these bridges on both the north side of the terminals and the south side of the terminals. There's 3 terminals on the east side, 2 on this side. So there's always a chance your flight is going to have to do a bit of taxiing to get to its terminal. Can you tell I'm getting kind of verklempt here? Let me go get a swig and I'll be right back. It's water, everybody. I didn't want anybody to think that by me referring to a swig, I was thinking of anything but nice bottle of spring water. We have a United plane. Wearing the older livery of United without the bold styling of the lettering and without the blue colored engines. This is an A319. It's going to be headed to Denver. It's United Flight 2600 on Runway DFW. Going to have some competition though from American Flight 2082, which is going to El Paso. And meanwhile, we're going to be checking out American Flight 1821, which is coming in from Ontario, California. And this flight again is headed to Denver. United Flight 2600. And what you saw coming in front of the departing United flight was not that one. Was American Eagle Flight 5949 coming in from Long Beach in California. I don't know why I said Long Beach. Flight coming in on the east side. And a flight coming in on the west side. And we're now into golden hour here at Runway DFW. It's 5:17. That flight we just saw there is coming in from Bozeman. It was American Flight 817. Bozeman, Montana. How's about we look at American Flight 2081? It will be arriving from Sacramento in the Golden State. Nothing taking off from this side right now. So we are awaiting an arrival, and here it comes. Plane, no doubt, filled with Sacramentonians. I have no idea what Sacramento population is called. You know, we have New Yorkers and we have Dallasites, and I think it's Fort Worthers, although that never sounded correct to me. But I don't know, Sacramentonian. Sacramento-onian? No. Yeah, I don't think that one's not gonna take off on Twitter. Sacramentonian. What do we have here? Let's try to pick up its tail number, because oldie Flight Radar 24 isn't telling us much about that particular aircraft. Can't see it from there. Here comes a flight from El Paso. A blurry flight. Why isn't that locking in? There we go. That was American Eagle Flight 3825. The daily British Airways flight, or one of them, I don't know if they have more than one or not, but one of them is on its way in about 2 or 3 minutes. British Airways Flight 193, operated by a big old Dreamliner, 787-9. Looks, however, like it's going to come in on the east side. So we'll follow it in as best we can. That is not it, of course. American Eagle flight coming in from Acapulco, Mexico. Well, let's see if we can pick up on that American Dreamliner coming in from London town. There too. I mean, no, this is the British Airways flight coming in from London. So sorry. Speedbird. Again, it's going to land on the east side of the airport, so it will disappear behind buildings and parking structures before we can see it touch down. We have another American Airlines Heritage livery. This is the TWA version. And I have heard Kevin over there at Airline Videos Live call out this particular aircraft because you know, it is a heritage livery. They are paying tribute to TWA, but the body of the aircraft is gray instead of the white it would be were it to be authentically Trans World Airlines worthy. But, you know. I didn't even see where that one was coming from. But we do have a Delta flight. Whoa! A Delta flight headed out to Salt Lake City, Delta 2474. It's an A320. Gleaming in the late afternoon sunlight. And as it rolls down the runway, you will see in the foreground at some point American Flight 1537, which is coming in from Las Vegas. So we get a twin bill here. Turn quiet again here for a second. And a big hello to all of you who are watching Runway DFW right now. We see Michelle RS, we see Roscoe Edginico. Sorry, I keep messing up that name. SB, Colin Scotland, Michitai, Mike Washka. So nice for all of you to be joining us here on this Saturday afternoon broadcast, or whatever time it is in your zone. Got a moment of silence here before we get a couple more planes coming in, the first one of which will be American Flight 2655 coming in from Portland. Next on our agenda for this afternoon can be United Airlines Flight 5483. It'll be United Express coming in from San Francisco, operated by an Embraer 175.
Run across 18 left at Golf 8 and Mercury.
Still kind of a fur piece out there. getting a sip from the doggy waterer. That's a nice touch. In the meantime, here's the United Express flight from San Francisco.
My kid loves watching planes. He was wondering if you had your YouTube channel name.
Sure. Hang on a second. It's called Runway DFW.
Okay.
If you just go to youtube.com/Runway DFW.
Okay.
And got a little souvenir here. I got a sticker and a couple photos.
Oh, wow.
How's that?
Thank you.
You're
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Embarrassed.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Car. Yeah.
It's fun to do.
Sorry you missed that plane.
Oh, that's not a problem.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for stopping by. We had some parents stop by just now who wanted to know what our YouTube channel was, so their son wanted to know, or they wanted to know on behalf of their son, who's big on watching airplanes. So, some birds. So I provided them with something from our goodie bag, and I have to admit that I got the idea for this from Kevin at Runway DFW at Airport Airline Videos Live. So what I did, I don't have the merchandise that he has to give out. I don't have buttons or anything. So I printed out some. Let's see if we can do this here. Printed out some photos. Like that, and include a little sticker. So anybody who stops by and makes an inquiry at our location here, while supplies last, you can get one of those little stickers. Here comes Delta. And that flight was coming in from Salt Lake City. That was Delta Flight 1666. Getting a bit chilly now. Our thermometer is saying 65 degrees, but the wind does tend to make it a little chilly. Got some young plane spotters here for the ride. See, our shadow is now getting longer. And we're going to be watching out for American Eagle Flight 5743 from Fargo. what I was looking for. I was looking for this American Airlines flight coming in from Los Angeles. Flight 1085 coming in on the east side of DFW. Yeah, I don't think that was it. That was the wrong one. This is the flight from LA. It's our squirrel friend back. Frontier tail art. This is going to Phoenix. Here's an unusual plane coming in. Unusual livery, at least. Wouldn't you say? Monochromatic, in contrast with Frontier, definitely not monochromatic. Sammy the Squirrel. And again, we don't have a clue yet as to whether, if approved, the merger of Frontier and its low-cost rival Spirit will mean an end to that tail design, because who knows if it'll be a different, maybe they'll name it something other than Spirit or Frontier. Spateer. Fronted. I don't think any combination would work there. That, what you're looking at there, was the final moments of, well, I can't tell what flight that was. This is American Flight 909, right there, on its way to Lima, Peru. Aboard an A321. a long flight for a narrow body aircraft. Traveling from our winter to their summer in Peru. Here's that unusually liveried private jet.
Say American 909.
It is 5:40 local time here in North Texas. We're about, I don't know, about 15 minutes away from sunset. It's American Flight 665. Coming to us from Montrose. And even though the afternoon is waning, we still got pretty good crowd on hand. Still a lot of people down by the fence there. Plane spotting as the planes come up over them, above them, as you can see here. This is American Flight 2845 from Salt Lake City. Getting into a time of kind of slim pickings here at the big airport. We're talking about the combination of Frontier and Spirit in their proposed merger. Douglas Mack seems to think the Frontier Spirit Airline sounds like a good name. We on the agenda here? Well, we can always look at this beautiful 747, which is parked just to the south of us here at DFW Founders Plaza. No indication that that's going anywhere soon, so we'll just have to wait until next time to see a big old UPS 747 take off or land. Well, who knows, maybe one will land, I don't know. I don't see anything on the radar though. Looks like the next thing we have coming in is American Flight 571 coming in from Eagle, Colorado. That will be here momentarily, so we will swing our giant camera. It's not really giant. we'll swing it nonetheless in the general direction of aircraft coming in. And we will be seeing Flight 571, an A319, appearing momentarily. And here it comes. We were talking about airport codes a little earlier in the broadcast. And I don't know if the Fresno Chamber of Commerce would be all that thrilled with the designation of its airport as FAT. But coming in from FAT to DFW, this is American Airlines Flight 1770. I grew up in the New York metropolitan area, and I thought the airport codes were pretty good, except for one. I mean, you had JFK for Kennedy Airport. I don't know what it was. I can't remember what its designation was before it was switched from Idlewild. But of course, JFK is the airport code for Kennedy Airport. LaGuardia, LGA, that's pretty, kind of makes sense. But then there's Newark, which is EWR, right? I don't know how they came up with that. I mean, it has some of the letters of the name Newark, but I guess NWK was already taken. This is American Airlines Flight 2767 from Seattle, an A321, making its arrival here on Runway DFW. Speaking of Seattle, I could use a coffee right about now. .548 here at Runway DFW in North Texas. And we're so happy to have you with us wherever you are in the wide, wide world. It's fun to hang out and just watch planes take off and land.
4, cross to the left, and then follow the parade over the Alpha Bridge. Thank you.
This is American Flight 384, operated by a Boeing 737-800, 737-800, and it's going to Zihuatanejo in Mexico. the meantime, American Flight 1321 is coming in from Denver. Back to the Zihuatanejo bound flight. Next on the firing line is American Flight 1497. It's an A319 and it's going to Wichita. Coming in from Eagle, Colorado, American Flight 1002. What do we have next on our menu over here? I'm going to say this is American Flight 1813, an A319, and it is bound for Kansas City. Kansas City, here it comes. It is about to get photobombed by another American Airlines flight, this one from Mazatlan in Mexico. Pick this up. I don't know if we can. It's a United Dreamliner coming from London going to Houston. I can see it clearly with my eyes, but I can't quite make it out on my viewfinder here. So anyway, well, that'd be a little bonus, but Didn't quite work out for Runway DFW. Let's get back to the action here. We have American Flight 2009. This here aircraft. Which is about to depart for Seattle. And if we follow it taking off, we're going to be likely to see a American Airlines Flight 1961 coming in from San Antonio. Sun is just about reaching the horizon now behind me. We got kind of a twofer there. All right, airport codes. Now I'm looking at a flight coming in. It's an American Eagle Flight 3891 coming in from HUX. And I don't think I've seen that designation before. What? Huatulco? I took 4 years of Spanish in high school and a couple of years in college, and I'm having a hard time pronouncing Huatulco. But that's what's coming in next on Runway DFW. Thanks for sticking around with us as the afternoon winds down. Huatulco? Doesn't sound right. I think I'm mispronouncing it. Off in the distance, we will check out a Spirit aircraft. It's an A320 coming in from Houston. It's over on the east side of the airport. But that color scheme is a little hard to miss at a distance. I think you would agree. And there it goes. But wait, there's more, as they say on those late night TV ads. because the next aircraft we see coming in is going to be an Airbus A321 wearing the colors of American Airlines, flight 2103, coming in from the twin cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul. Definitely the golden hour here at Runway DFW, or at least a golden couple of minutes, because that's where the sun is in the sky. So it's about to dip below the horizon. We're down to 61 degrees here. I see another American Airlines Heritage livery, if I'm not mistaken. Oh no, that's a Delta flight. Sorry. This is a Delta flight 2874. I think it's an A321. Am I right about that? No, it's an Airbus A220. And it is going to Salt Lake City. And right behind it is a big old 777. Where does it go? There it is. That's going to Bogota. Just past 6 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone. My name is Walt Zorko. I am your host for what's left of this edition of Runway DFW. We won't be here too much longer, I don't think. There's the Delta plane. There's the big 777 headed to South America. The wind does seem to be picking up here as dusk approaches. Here now, American Flight 1123. destination for this American Airlines flight 2360, an Airbus A321. Taking off momentarily. I can't tell, is our frame rate starting to drop on our stream? That is the picture starting to look a little jumpy to you guys? This is American Eagle Flight 3758, and it's on its way to Omaha, everybody. Well, I think that's going to be it. I think that's going to do it for us for this afternoon. Sun is going down. There's no airplanes coming in or going out right now. Kind of cooling off. So we'll leave you with a nice shot of the East Tower here at DFW. All those American Airlines tails, and the skyline of Dallas way off in the background. Okay, let's get the music queued up. That is going to do it for another Saturday afternoon with Runway DFW. My name is Walt. And so great to be with you this afternoon, and I hope you liked what you saw. If you do, please like this broadcast, subscribe to our channel if you haven't, and we'll see you next time on Runway DFW. Until next time, happy contrails to you until we meet again. I was just fooling you guys. There is a Cargolux 747 coming in from Mexico City. It'll be here in 10 minutes. Should we wait? We might as well wait for that, right? Sure. Now, I don't know what we'll do in the meantime, but I've chased away a few of our viewers, but yeah, I always try to. It happens invariably. What's this? An Alaska flight in the late afternoon sun coming in on the east side. But yes, it's quiet, and then, you know, usually this happens when I'm putting my equipment away. And just as I put the camera away, something pops up that that I wished I could have shown you all. So we'll look at the sunset for a second or two. Sun is just about gone. And yes, Scott, we have done that before with the Cargolux 747. Yeah, we do get some nice sunsets here in this part of the world. Someone called Charlene Dawkins. It's like in the movies when there's bits after the credits roll. Yeah, it's kind of like that. You know the people in the movie theater who leave as soon as it says the end, and then they miss all the credits, and sometimes there's something that you really should have stuck around for. Not usually, but sometimes there is. But I know that Mrs. Runway DFW and I always stay for the end of the credits. It's just a habit we have. And what we are waiting for now, since there's nothing happening here really in terms of landing and taking off, is the... Oh, you know what? Is that one? No. I'm trying to look... The camera's pointing... Well, the sun is down now, right? I can't look at my... I can't see my screen because my camera's pointed in the wrong direction. So what I'm going to do now is swing around back to the airport side of things. The Cargolux is now taking a big turn. It's coming up from Mexico City. It's taking a big turn, according to radar. It'll point its nose down toward us. And we'll see it soon. And that will be our finale, right? An American Eagle flight coming in from Querétaro in Mexico. The Queen of the Skies is still about 6 minutes away. Stick with us, will you? Won't you? Would you? This is not a Queen of the Skies, of course. This is a... What would you call this? A Prince Consort, or... I don't know those royal terms. That beeping you hear is my scanner that monitors the towers, which is telling me that it's running out of battery power. So I will address that momentarily. There's that oddly painted, I don't know, looks odd to me, private jet that we saw earlier. What do you think of that livery? It's distinctive. Looks like it's going to take off here. Doesn't need much runway, so it's just kind of pulls out in the middle of 18 right and throttles up. The Cargolux 747 is now 4 minutes out. Yeah, not much runway needed at all for that little bird. Comes that Volaris aircraft that we saw land earlier. Let me go get, can I even reach it? I don't know if I can reach it.
597, have a good night, 7 at a photo.
I guess we're just going to have to put up with that beeping. Now 3 minutes until we see Cargolux flight 6616. As we watch this Volaris traversing the tarmac. I forgot that the Volaris planes are named. Can we make that out? Memoku? M-E-M-O-K-U? Well, here comes the big bird. Giving us a fantastic finish to this broadcast. Don't be bashful, 747. Come out from behind that tree. Okay, that's all, folks. Thanks again for watching. I'll keep the camera on as this big old jet kind of peeks out from behind that fence before it makes a final left turn into its cargo facility. So thanks again for watching, and we'll see you next time on Runway DFW.